Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be continuing the Mount Lanakila and Galarian Darumaka hunts, indeed. Be doing that. Yep. It'll be the plan for today. Be doing this amount of checks today, indeed. I just checked and we should be able to hitch on both games today. The next odds, 4 times over odds for Mount Lanakila and the odds with the Galarian Darumaka face. We should. There's been a capture today that has been very talkative once again. As they always are. See how things go today, though. Do we need to be hitting the odds for things or not? Hopefully no, of course, but if it happens, it happens, There's a certain cat right now on the table that has been messing around with my keyboard a lot. Probably need to be looking into it. And has she messed up things? It's quite hard to be trying to delete the software that is there for this keyboard. It's not impossible, but it's a little annoying. So hopefully I can fix it some other way instead. Also, I have no idea why today bitrate is absolute garbage, even though it's the same as usual. Well then, let's get started. There we go. Hopefully things are still okay. They seem to be. Don't know what's going on with that today. So everything is working quite great on my end. No problems in here. Let's see. I was about to say Stone Journer soon. What? Appeared already. Appeared already indeed. But yeah, hopefully everyone is having a good day today. Having an okay-ish day myself. Indeed. Nothing too bad going on today at all. Oh, another one already. Nice. Two sojourners today. Love to see it, love to see it. Let's keep the luck going on with them. Shall we? Lovely. Wasn't capture nice? Capture that has been standing there since last night. It's not a snow. Nice. You gotta love those gnomes. Oh. Hello, Capchu. You waited indeed quite some time. Not your regular one. It will be a regular one indeed. There we go. Anyways, good day today, indeed, for some hunting. Even though I'm questioning why the bitrate did Jewish like that, but I can't really do anything about it myself, because as I said, everything going well on my end. Well, it hopefully figures itself out at some point then. I always love to see the technical difficulties, don't you? Also, one thing I will say that did caught me by surprise was that how difficult in here it is in stores to be finding Pokemon trading cards. We went to two like completely different stores. from one we didn't find like, apart from like one, like few like starter packs or something like that. No single like packs or anything, which I find very strange. And the other store we did find some, but they were like, you really should just buy, you know, the Elite Trainer box, because you get more at the same and at the same price, or actually less, which is kind of insane. There's like few like actual game stores in here, but the problem with those is that if you would be buying from those, they are ridiculously expensive. Like, it's better to be buying it somewhere else and then like pay the shipping even than to be buying from those. I don't know what's going on. It could be because, you know, at some point there was the problem that people were like buying ridiculous amount of Pokemon cards, and I think after that it has kind of like died. How there are things, which is kind of sad, even though I'm not the biggest of like, I'm not the biggest a fan of them. I don't really care, but it's just, it's like, huh, there is nothing. And for like most most places, if you want to be like buying the Elite Trainer box, you have to like order it in advance. They're not like having it on the shelves, even though they might be having it in the stores themselves. That's so stupid. Well, I mean, I will say that there is like some good things, of course, that they are not like everywhere in the shelves, of course, but at the same time, it was so surprising like how little there was. Because one place did like sell quite a good amount of like binders for them. But you know, what are you gonna be putting in those? You know? What are you gonna be putting in those? If you don't... if you can't really buy anything. Very good, very good. You gotta love it. Oh, doesn't mean running into you, but I probably would be running into you at some point anyways. Could we get a double Sneasel today as well? Quite likely. Quite likely we're gonna be running into some Sneasels on both games. It's so unlikely that I wouldn't be running into any Sneasels. But yeah, I would say one thing that is always frustrating to me when I'm like trying to think of a team specifically for Hard Gold and Soul Silver. Because like You know, since they are based on Johto, that, you know, certain Pokemon got evolutions since, you know. So, you know, when is the item gonna be available? I wonder how much of that issue would have been fixed if there would have been something like the underground or something like that in there, like some sort of a feature that wasn't in the originals that could have been giving like the items earlier, but they would have like required a good amount of work. Because like I don't mind that it requires, you know, a certain amount of work to be getting like, let's say like Razor Claw or something like that. It's just so annoying when it's like, yeah, you get this item like after like defeating Kancho even. It's like, thanks. Because it kind of like, you know, makes it makes you think what Pokemons you can really use. Like, for example, like, I wouldn't mind that would have been using Gligar, but then I, like, looked it up and it was like, okay, so it's not really available, the Gliscor that is. Because I will say that I don't mind using Piloswine, even though Mamoswine is a option. I don't mind it because, like, it's, you know, not that bad. Because I'm not saying that Gligar is a bad per se, but the problem is that it's not really too good either. The problem is that you know, it's a single stage Pokemon from Chenchu, and a single stage Pokemon that did get evolutions at some point. They are not, in my eyes, the greatest. Even though I do be absolutely loving like all of them. But it's just like, why are they so bad? Because I remember, because I was thinking like I would have been using Gligar on my team. I don't know which one it was. Oh no, was it Hard Gold or Soul Silver? But then it was like, yeah, but I get the evolution item like ridiculously late on. I don't want to be with a Gligar that long. Let's check it out. Christopher is available in Hard Gold, Soul Silver. I can't remember because it was like over a year ago when I was thinking about it. The original one is on Route 45 and it's a version exclusive. Sinnoh 1B. At 45. I don't think that's... yeah, that's not that late on. It would have been in the location where I would have been hunting it anyways. Or I'm hunting like one of the latest dudes anyways. It's just past the final gym town. Or city, whatever my thing. So let's see. Razor Fang. Interestingly enough, it has always been an item that you can sell. Interesting. There we go. Yeah, hard gold, soul, silver, where you get you know, the evolution item for Gligar, aka Razor Fang, is in the battle tower. As I said, I understand that it's quite late, so because, you know, it wasn't originally evolving in that generation. But, you know, as I said, I don't want to be, in quotes, stuck with a Gligar. I would say though that it was always kind of the problem with almost every single Pokemon that did get an evolution on Gen 4, that the item that you need to be having in order for them to be evolving, it's like so ridiculously hard to be finding. It's not impossible by any means, but it's like, why? It was the case for quite a good amount of Pokemons, like in Diamond and Pearl as well. Which is such a shame. What if I would be liking to use for this old Pokemon a cool new evolution? Too bad. You can't. Because I will say that in my opinion, the ones that do be requiring the like having a certain move in order for evolving, they are not as bad, especially in Diamond and Pearl, because I'm pretty sure that they are available in the underground. But it's not as bad. Because, you know, you can just get a hard scale and, like, teach it the move, and that's it. Surely our hard scales, and also, like, the move shooter or whatever method it's called, annoying to be finding, absolutely, but it's not that bad. At least most of the time you don't have to be beating like the league in order to be getting those. I think. Oh. Yes, Mr. Mimes are all over the place. Scale. Another one. Oh, you, Mr. Mime. Why? You can get like in quotes infinite amount of them also in Fire Red and Leaf Green. I didn't know that. It's in one of those underground tunnels or in the Tanneboy ruins. In there. I didn't know that it was like you can get it, because I know that the lava disc is the usual thing that you'll be getting hard scales from. There's quite a good chance. You can get it in hard gold, soul silver by pickup from level 51 to level 100 Pokemon. Rock Smash. Apart from Ruins of Alpha and the Cliff Cave. And then again, the thing with the chance on the dudes. So many things in the Unova games that you can be getting them from. It's insane. Yeah, they're not that bad. Be getting hard scale, so like I don't mind those evolutions for that reason. Technically, you don't need the hard scale to be getting those moves, but in most situations it's a lot easier to be using that than, you know, try to be breeding. They're breeding to be getting the thing, aka the move that you need. And sometimes it can be a very weird way to be getting them. Like getting one to indeed to pile of swine from breeding. It's insane. Do be one of those things that since you need to be learning like a specific move that wasn't like before that point a part of the move set, like how would you know? How would you know? Because it's not like a thing that you would accidentally go for. And I will say that most of the time the move that they need in order to be evolving, it is in the moves that you would necessarily want to be learning for it or teaching it, I guess. Because it's not like it's stab or anything. I kind of see with Ancient Power why you would like to be teaching it, because there is the chance for the Omni Boost. But like, there is some moves that like, why would you give it to the dude? And I don't know. For me, it has always been the case in, especially the older Pokemon games, that I don't really want to be using rare items or the items that I see that are only once per save file, like TMs. Because, you know, what if I want to use it at some point with someone else? I would like to be having the option there. I would like to have it indeed. I still will say that I absolutely hate that he aims to be breaking in PDSP. Kind of get it to be keeping closer to the original games, but why? Why though, is my question. Because I will say that much, that some of the GMs, they are incredibly annoying to be getting more of if you need it for something. Because some of them are only available in the Grand Underground and they change daily. And that's another thing that I'm the biggest fan of. Because I don't remember, like, I think I at some point wanted like Earthquake or something else. It was a crown move anyways. That I wanted to be teaching to someone, but it was like one of those situations that it was only available indeed in the Grand Underground randomly throughout the merchants that are there. And then I was like, I guess I'm not having the move then. I don't remember what exactly happened with it. Did I eventually get it, or did I just be like, eh, whatever. I'm not gonna be getting it then. Because the problem is that, you know, you need to be kind of checking daily. And that's, you know, fun. And then you need to be spending the time to be finding them, because I always struggle to try to find the merchants, because they kind of are random. They're usually in the same area, but they might be in a little bit different spots. At least that is what I have been seeing to be the case. But I will say though that at least, even though it is very, very tedious and I absolutely hate it, getting a spirituum isn't that bad. Keeping track of who you have talked to is annoying for sure. But apart from that, it's not that bad. It's definitely better what it was originally, the way to be getting a spirituum, if you ask me. Even though there was a way to be getting it easier. Of course, like, I understand the situation that they wanted to do with, you know, and you would be playing with, you know, people. Completely understandable, but why? It's always the problem with online things that, like, they are surely cool and everything, but if it's not really a thing that too many people are interested in, they... like, certain things will be locked after a while, especially, you know, again, when the servers are gonna be going down. Because there is no other way. Sometimes to be getting the Pokemon in that game. It was, to be honest though, quite surprising the Spiritium didn't require anything in Scarlet and Violet. I don't mind it per se, but it was interesting that it didn't require anything. Because they very well could have been keeping it. I don't know what they could have really been doing, because it's not like in Sword and Shield that you were seeing the dudes in the overworld if you were connected to the internet. They could have definitely done something. At least I don't know that there is any requirements to be getting Spirituum in that game. And again, I could be wrong. I think I have looked it up before, but I don't think that there is really any other way to be getting Spiritual 1 Gen 4. I'm never gonna be counting the Pokewalker because it would need to be having it. And also, like, it's not a thing that, like, is even working anymore. Hello, Jacob. What are you doing? Hope you're having a good day indeed. Nice. They're thankfully not that hard to be finding. It surely is annoying to be locking them or unlocking them for sure, but it's not that bad. Yeah, it do be very cool. I think quite a good amount of people are looking for the Legends ZA indeed. I'm too, but I think I will be getting more excited when we get more information about it. Understandable. I know that not all people are the biggest fan of Legends Arceus, but I think it's pretty cool. I mean, by all means, it's not perfect, but I will say still that it's one of the best running Pokemon games. Which is a lot to say, honestly. I mean, I will say though that I think the reason why Legends Arceus was working so well because there was like a lack of usual things from Pokemon. Like trading was not really a thing. Like any multiplayer thing, they weren't really a thing. But I mean, I don't mind it. I don't think every Pokemon game really needs it. It will be interesting to see what comes from it indeed. It is quite a good possibility if you ask me. I have heard that people are saying that there is not going to be anything from Paldea because there wasn't anything from Galar in Legends Arceus. But if you place the regions like logically in our world, it's like quite likely that there could be something from Galar and Paldea because they are kind of close together in real life. Because it doesn't really make sense why there would be that many Galar Pokemon in Hisui, if you ask me. Because they are like, if you're placing it in the real world, they are so far from each other. But yeah, I would like to say that it could be a possibility. Could be very well. That could be kind of cool. I'm also kind of looking forward to what is going to be the... because I'm gonna be saying that it's quite likely that the Kalos from the past is gonna be having different name, because then getting the confusion out of the way with the Kalosian forms, like why aren't they a thing nowadays? I would like to say that it's gonna be getting a different name. For that reason. Yeah, exactly, because even though no one really cares, if you ask me, that no one is gonna be asking why it would be like a Shino form that you can't be getting nowadays, but at least it clears confusion that they are technically different region even though they are the same place. But then again, you never know, they could be just making like something like Basculin, that it's not a Hisuian form, it's just a white stripe form, which would be kind of the smartest thing to be doing. Yeah, exactly. Same region but in different time. Will be interesting to still see, because one thing that I'm the most curious about, honestly, about it is how far in the past it is going to be. Because it could be that it's not as far as Legends Arceus, it could be further. You never really know. And also there is most likely gonna be a reference to what happened in Hishui. Even though it's kind of referenced in Scarlet and Violet as well, but only through like one person. So I would like to say that there's definitely gonna be more things from that. Exactly. Are you doing today, Artura? You're having a good day. Yeah, you did get quite a good amount indeed. Also, do you remember that I told you about the little to the left and it has the daily thing that I need to be doing for 30 days? I missed one day and it's still counted that it's like back-to-back days, you know? And I'm confused. Because it's like two different achievements and the progress bar is the same. I mean, it honestly could be. Or it could be as well that, you know, some games do that if you miss like one day, it's not that big of a deal. It's only if you miss like 2 days in a row. But yeah, it would be making sense if they don't really know how leap year works. But it's nice that it wasn't lost there. Yeah, we're gonna be having an ad break soon indeed. We'll be waiting the 3-ish minutes while it's on, of course. Taking a little break. Nice. For what did you get the $1 research? Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. I was thinking that there is no comedy yet. Yeah, that one. Yeah. I think I have done only one of the like the special hour thing or like research days. I think that's what it's called actually. And I just got it on the first one. I got a Galarian Stunfisk. I guess I will say that I kind of forget always the... It's a good time to be going away because ad break starting soon. I kind of forget always that the research days are a thing. Do be indeed. Even remember what cool Pokemon there are on that one. Electric types, I know that, but remember if there was anything that I was really like even looking forward to. Also, I absolutely love the new picture that there is when it's loading in. It's lovely. Another Zarude. Oh, in the page research, why wouldn't there be? Why wouldn't there be in page research that it will be getting something cool? Audience Comedy is on 16th. Yeah, it is quite unfortunate that most of the cool things are indeed on the paid research. But then again, that is how Pokemon Go has kind of always worked. It's, you know, one of the ways to be getting usually like one-time only Pokemon. Yeah. I will say that I don't personally care too much about completing the entire Pokédex. Surely it would be cool, but then again, if I miss out on like mythical events, it's whatever. I don't care. Because mythicals are never required to be getting any Pokédex rewards. Which is nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna be completing my Pokemon Home thing ever. I don't care enough of that. I don't really care to be getting like a special Magearna. Because I think it's the only reward you get. I'm not saying that it's bad, but at the same time I don't really care that much. And also, I will say one thing that there is always way to be getting some form of from the mythicals. You know, if you really want them. But yeah, I don't know if I think if I would ever be completing the Pokédex in Pokemon Home, probably will be getting, you know, as much as possible as I can myself. And then, you know, the only other option then is just to be doing the trades in Pokemon Home, I guess. But I will say one thing that is kind of cool about Pokemon Home though is that you can see all the forms. Like, even if you would be just submitting like one. I think that's pretty neat. But yeah, imagine if you would be need to be getting every mythical, or in every game you would need to be getting mythical in order to be getting a shiny charm. That would be such a pain. Like, I wouldn't be minding if you would be getting like a special message if you actually also have the mythicals, you know. But that I just like that they are not like an actual requirement. As I said, mythicals are usually only available in certain events. Which is sad. Thankfully, at least, it's not the case that much anymore that you need to be at a specific time at a specific place. That's at least nice. You can get this free Pokemon, but you need to be going into this place. Oh, great, the free Pokemon is costing me like 1,000 euros. Because I need to be getting there. And then I stayed there for a few days. Cool. But yeah. I think usually it's not that expensive if you ask me to be getting the research for certain like mythicals and whatnots in Pokemon Go. I mean, surely it's annoying if you don't want to be spending any money, but if you truly care, just having them in your Pokédex, then, you know, by all means, then. Also, I will say one thing that I just thought of, because, you know, completing the Pokédex in Pokemon Home is kind of a pain soon, or whenever the bank is gonna be going down. That, I really hope that Furfrou is in Legends ZA. Because, or I guess I really hope that every single like not on the Switch at all Pokemons would be in that game. Because I just want them to be on Switch as well. I mean, eventually, yes, they are, but I'd rather have it sooner than later. I mean, I will say that Furfrou is quite a possibility in the... it's quite a possibility that we are gonna be having Furfrou in Legends CA, because it's, you know, from Kalos. Why wouldn't it be? But then again, it's not like every Sinnoh Pokemon was on Hishui anyways. But then again, there is, I guess, a little bit fewer of them there. Yeah, it would be weird, but then again, you never really know. Trailer is a trailer. Because technically it could be just that they are thinking that there is going to be Furfrous like after the place is built. But I would like to say indeed that quite likely Furfrou is gonna be there. I wouldn't be minding if it would be having like, I guess, more of a rough look to it. Because, you know, it's older like time-wise. But then again, Furfrou already do be looking quite messy in that way. Yeah. Furfrou do be one of the rare Pokemons that actually has, like, in quotes, bunch of different forms. They are only visually different, they don't do anything else, but still pretty cool. Or maybe we discover why it has so many like different like forms or styles, whatever, same thing. Like we are like discovering like what inspired what, you know. So that could be a cool like side quest. And I will say that it's a better way to be discovering the different forms rather than like what Rotom did on Legends Arceus. You just get you just buy different items that don't really make sense to being there, but anyways. But yeah, it would kind of make sense if like Furfur would be looking indeed at least a little bit different what it does nowadays. Because, you know, you can compare real life dogs, how they have changed over the years. Like maybe the reason why it looks so messy nowadays is because there has been like done so many style changes. And like originally was very clean looking. There's so many things. I really hope it comes back. Even though I don't personally like it as a Pokemon that much, I sometimes find it quite annoying because it's so annoying to be trying to run away from. But overall, I like it. Overall, I like it indeed. It do be interesting to see indeed. Because there's like some Pokemon that, in my eyes, they don't really feed Kalos that well. That we could just not, you know, be seeing at all. Because in my eyes, I don't really see why Pangoro would be there like originally. It could be, but it just seems for me the kind of Pokemon that would have just been transferred there over the years. I would say as cool as it would be to see Inkay in that game. I really hope that they don't bring the thing. That it's gonna be evolving like it's held upside down the system. Maybe in the past it didn't require it. Maybe in the past it wasn't that evil. Hopefully, you can always hope. Yeah, honestly, there's quite a good amount of Pokédex entries that say that they are not originally from the region that they were found in. Like, for example, Young Goose was the situation that it was not originally from Alola, it was brought in there because of Alola and Rattata. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't know why, but there's like a lot of like kind of weird evolution methods. I mean, there has always been, but there is like especially weird ones in Hallows. There is the upside down system for Inkay. There is the you need to be having a dark type in order to be getting Bangoro, which I have always found weird in its own way. Because I'm usually not the type of person that I want to be having two of the same type on the team. So I think if I wouldn't be knowing it, I would be struggling to be getting Bangoro. Then there was like two different Pokemons that did have quite a good amount of forms as well. Like, the regional bug and indeed Furfro. Both that didn't really do anything, but cool nonetheless. But I still will be sticking with the thing that I really hope, no matter who will be getting as starters, I'll hope that one of them will be Fairy type, because it's quite likely that they will be getting regional forms. Some are saying that they could be getting Megas. I don't know, I just would feel it odd. I think it's better if they would be having different forms, in my opinion. I wouldn't necessarily mind if they would be getting Megas. But the thing is as well that we don't know how big of a part do Megas play in that game. Because, like, yeah, sure, there is a Mega logo, but it doesn't necessarily say how in center they are gonna be in the game. I talked about it yesterday that it could be just that either we are creating the timeline that the Mega Evolutions are in, or we try to destroy Mega Evolutions, something like that. It could be that. Cool to be seeing what they do. But yeah, I also will be hoping that at one point we'll be getting like a very like hard region and very cold region. Because, you know, usually Pokemon regions are like mix of everything. But I don't know. As cool as all the like ice areas or snowy areas are, in my opinion, I don't think it fits every region. And I don't think it should be necessary for every region. Because, you know, it could always be the case that even if there isn't like necessarily a snowy place, if it's a very hot place, it still gets like ridiculously cold at night, so then the ice types could be more available in, you know. Or they're just like deep into the caves. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Galar really needed it because it did have the weather changing thing as the big thing that depending on the weather, like the move pools, but the encounter tables like completely switches. Guess I will say that Paldea and the Snowy Mountain. But yeah. I understand that they want to be having like every single environment, so every Pokemon that they include makes sense in there. But then again, we have seen before that it's the case that Pokemons can survive in drastically different situations. Skarubi is one of the greatest examples because in how many different places it's found in PDSP alone. It's found in Grand Underground in so many different like rooms. It's found in the Great Marsh. It's insane. It's not like it's impossible for them to be, you know, there. So, or be adapting to the nature around, so for that reason I don't really understand why there needs to be always like a hot spot and a cold spot. I don't most of the time mind how they look, but do they really need to exist? Or it could be the case as well that there is indeed like, let's say that it's a hot region, that there's like one cold cave kind of situation that I would be fine with, but not, you know, snow everywhere. That's why I'm kind of afraid of that we don't get like regions really based on indeed in for the countries that are mostly cold or mostly hot only. Or like areas, I guess, as well. Even though I will say that Paldea is kind of like pushing the limit. I will say that I wouldn't mind it. I think it's at the same time quite likely, but at the same time not really likely. You know, Japan as a whole, it seems to be liking Finland a lot. So for that reason it could be like likely, but I just hope that it's more of like generally like cold areas instead. Even though our summers are ridiculously hot nowadays. But you know. But I think if we are gonna be getting like specifically a cold country, I think of course Canada is the best option for that. Because I just don't... The problem that I always have, like, the Finland as a region for Pokemon games is that I just don't think that there is really that unique Pokemons that you could make what we have, from what we have. Because, like, surely there could be, I guess, a reindeer. Because there isn't necessarily specifically for reindeers anything. Another thing that we could be getting, I guess, a regional variant for Shinx line. Because we have a certain amount of links in here. The same with like wolves and bears, we could be having Pokemons based on those, but then again there is quite a good amount of based on those already. I don't really know because we have like small birds that are in here when it's winter time, but they are, you know, those kinds of birds that are in here because it's winter and then they move somewhere where there is winter again. Because, you know, they like cold. There's a lot of small birds during winter that are quite nice looking, but it's not like they are specific for here. I think, like, the best case scenario indeed would be if it would be combination of some of the northern countries in here. Because then there would be, in my eyes, more possibilities for interesting things. I have thought about this before and, like, said things about it before that, like, we have like one of our biggest books. It's like very important to us in general. Not everyone, of course, thinks it's important, but it's important nonetheless. Like, if you're like actually thinking that there is a dude that makes a instrument out of pike, and I could think that that could be kind of a cool, like, a legendary Pokemon or a mythical Pokemon. I'd like that special pike. But that's about it, really. But I think that it is actually, like, unique. But yeah, I think it would be better if there would be more countries than just Finland to be included in a colder country region. Including quite a good amount of the northern countries wouldn't be too bad indeed. Oh. But yeah, I don't... As I said, I would like to indeed be getting one, like, mainly cold region and one mainly hot region, because It would be, in my opinion, about time that we would be getting like one specifically for one or the other, instead of always be having mix of both or everything, I guess. So that would be cool. You can always wish. Oh, hello. Long time no see, Sojourner. But yeah, because I would still like to say I would like to see in Pokemon games a frozen river, even though you know ice mechanics are a pain. But I think they could be working like quite nicely in a like Pokemon game like Scarlet and Violet, where you are not like restricted to be going in one direction forever if you touch the ice. I think that would be kind of cool. Because I don't know why, but even though, you know, indeed ice mechanics in games are a pain, I still kind of miss them though. It's like such a shame that there really isn't any more like ice features in Pokemon games. Because as I said, I think they could be working quite well in like games like Scarlet and Violet, because you have like fully control of everything. Because you're not, as I said, be going in one direction forever until you hit a wall eventually. Oh yeah, I guess if we would be getting like indeed a colder based region, I guess we could be having like a regional Snowverness and or above the snow or other evolution. That would be your like more in the like more like representing the small trees that we have here in the very north. Or like other like tree Pokemon anyways, to be having a regional variant for that. And they could be like trying to disguise in like the places the trees like Sudowoodo does. Not really like try to disguise, but they look like the same as the Like actual trees. How long have I did I hunt for what? A long time. I don't know, I don't really count the time myself. I usually just count the encounters that I'm doing. So, as I said before, it's terrifying to be seeing how much time you have actually spent on things. I think Absol... I don't know. How many hours would I be hunting for it? It's a long time because I did indeed take a like year or so break from it because I was just tired of the hunt anyways. But like since I think the end of last year, been hunting it pretty consistently. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, maybe like combined, I don't know, is week too much? It feels like it's too much. Yeah, it is what it is. It takes about 6 hours to be doing 800 checks. Which is the usual amount that I do for it. But of course it's down to luck how fast you can get the encounters. And for Darumaka it's the 3rd phase that we're on right now. But yeah, I have never really mind longer hunts. They are what they are. They're part of shiny hunting in my eyes. You're getting long faces, you'll be getting short faces every once in a while as well. But yeah, still Mount Lanakilahandi is whatever I get from there. It's not strictly Absol. Whatever I get from there is fine with me. Alolan Shanshu technically would be the best to be getting. But at the same time, I don't really care. I already have one of those in that game already, so... Whatever happens, happens. Because I will say Absol is one of those Pokemons that whenever I'll be doing like Crown Tundra hunting, it's quite likely that I'll be encountering it every single time that I see it because it's decently rare. Like when it's there. Same thing is like with Audino, if I would be getting a shiny Audino somewhere else. I think I still would be going indeed in the Crown Tundra for 1% every single time that it appears in there because it's a rare one, why not? Because I don't even know where else I will be getting an Audino from apart from Dynamax Adventures. You should be studying though. If you're in school. Understandable. I'm kind of in the same boat that I'm glad that I don't need to be doing school. Right now at least. I don't think that I will be doing it. But it's like maybe I'll do it kind of situation. But the problem is right now that if I would need to be... If I want to be studying... If I want to be studying more things, I need to be having work experience first. Oh, till you're 21. In here it's mandatory until you're 18, more or less. You know, the year that you'll be turning 18. Because it's just... Or it's like the average age that you'll be in. Because the average amount of time that you spend in each school. Because of course you can be picking one that is shorter or longer. And I will say one thing that I completely understand, that they did make it mandatory to be studying or staying in school until you're 18, or like specifically until you have gotten a certain amount of education. Because that's just... Because most of the schools in here are free. And also it makes it sure that... less people are gonna be working at too young of an age. And more people can be, you know, working in general. Because most places in here, they would appreciate it more if you have at least some form of studying or education more. Because most places, even though it doesn't matter, you're gonna be looked better if you have more education. Which you know fair enough. What are you? Juby, what did Juby? But yeah, it definitely doesn't help those people that are in the mindset that they just don't want to learn. Because the thing is, if they don't want to learn, they are not gonna be learning. And you know, each person to be working differently. I didn't mind it, I never liked school, but once I did get into something that I at least was a little bit interested in, it didn't bother me anymore. Because, you know, I'm doing something that I would like to do. And I didn't need to be reading books all the time, because I absolutely hate that, because I don't learn that well from that. I learn better from doing than reading myself. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I was kind of in the same boat, that most of the time I was doing everything last minute. Because I will say that there was like two boosts, either I did it at the last minute because I didn't care anything about it, or I did it when I like really hit the motivation. Like, if you have motivation, then you know, you are just doing it. But yeah, there was certain things that I will say, like, looking back at things that I really should have been asking more help for. Because I did struggle with some things quite a bit. It's not like they don't offer, you know, help. They do be offering help, of course. But I just didn't want to be taking it. But yeah, wasn't too bad. There was only very few subjects that I didn't care at all about. It was either because I already didn't like the subject itself, or I just didn't like the teacher that we were having. Which, you know, you can't really be controlling in here, at least. In some situations you can, but in most situations, no. At least that was my experience. I don't know how things have changed. Because I haven't been in the part that was mandatory for me. like almost 10 years. And I will say that much, that it has changed, because the year after I did graduate from 9th grade, I don't remember, was it the year or the year after that it became mandatory that you're gonna be studying until you're 18, basically. It's just that the 9th grade wasn't enough anymore. You either need to be going to high school or vocational school. You can choose. But you have to be getting that as well. But for me, indeed, the mandatory part was until I was 15, 16. That year. It's a good thing that things change, though. The only thing that I would be wishing that is like more for me more important than switching that, you know, you just need to be getting more mandatory like education, is that they would be teaching more up-to-date stuff. I always talk about it, and so many like information that we are getting is so old. Like, there is certainly, you know, things that they are gonna be the same, no matter what. Like, they are not gonna ever be changing. But then there's like things that they really should be up to date, what they are teaching. For example, there was a study made that, like, for example, we are learning in school like too old of history, like in quotes, and we're not like learning like things that are nowadays considered history, like that they are like, for some people, that they are like too recent to be history, you know, but they would still be, you know, good to be learning. Like, I'm not saying that it's not good to be learning about certain things, even though they are old, but there's like the newer old stuff is also, in my eyes, even more important. But yeah, I really hope that things have changed indeed. I think that was probably around the same time that we have learned the most, like, recent history. Which is, you know, in my eyes, especially nowadays, like, you should be learning newer things, you know? It's just insane, but... Anyways... But yeah, we're gonna be having an ad break soon. Lasts about 3 minutes, indeed. Be pausing, of course, to hunting for that time. There we go. Leaving it there then. Checking forever once again for the outbreak to be starting. Thank you. Continuing soon then. There we go. But yeah, about what history we did learn is that first of all, I don't really remember it too well, and the second thing is that after like we were done with history, we were then I don't know what exactly to be calling it in English, but we switched to be studying more like recent things. And I'm like always mixing up like what are like what are from the more recent things and what are from their history studies. Because they kind of go hand in hand in their own way. But I will say that the recent things that we did learn, they were also like more of history than actually like what they were supposed to be, because they were like supposed to be readying us for like, I guess, for being adult, more or less, you could say, because they were talking about quite a good amount of things that what you need to be doing in the future, basically. It's a very interesting class that I also didn't like too much. Nothing wrong with it, I just... You know, it's just not my thing, the history and everything in those lines. Teacher was quite nice. That wasn't the problem that time. And there was always, like, there was one subject that I absolutely hated. Because every single time that there was an exam, there was like... You need to be writing such, like, an essay, and I absolutely hated essay writing in exams. Because I was kind of always the type of person that as soon as I'll be getting the exam paper in front of me, I will be forgetting everything that I have ever learned. And then I'm like, oh no. But yeah. I need to get past with okay grades. So I'm happy. I'm happy indeed. Do I remember half of the stuff that I did learn is a different thing though. Because I would say that some things are like more apparent in your life than other things. So, you know, you tend to be forgetting the things that you don't really use that much. For example, for my mother, it was the case that she didn't really know any English, because when she was young and most of her adulthood, it wasn't as big a thing in here to be speaking English in more or less everyday life. It really became a thing like when internet was starting to be a bigger thing. Then, you know, young people started to be using like English words sometimes in sentences and stuff like that. So, you know, she didn't really use it, so she kind of forgot. Which, you know, fair enough, because you just don't use the knowledge that you have acquired a lot, you don't remember. And I will say also that even though English, in my opinion, nowadays is quite an important language, you can still live without it if you just, you know, live in here. I mean, surely it's gonna be making, in most situations, your life a lot harder, but you can. Because most things that, you know, you buy, there's gonna be like Finnish instructions. Not in everything. For example, we did like buy a... We did buy a, like, oven, like, pan thing. You know, those things. And there was only instructions in English there. I mean, are they really necessary? Not really, but it's still, you know, better to be knowing what it's saying. Because of course it was like, you need to be washing this before you use it, you know. A thing that I think I have always ever done for everything that I ever buy that is in the kitchen, that I clean it first. Same thing is for me with clothes most of the time. Like to wash them before I use them. Yeah, it's indeed definitely more important nowadays to be knowing English than, you know, it probably was for my mother for, you know, her most of her life. Because I would like to say that she was around 40 when, like, English became in here, as I said, in my opinion, more of a bigger language. Because younger people started to be using it in the day-to-day lives. As I said, because of internet, because most things you watch, I would like to say that is gonna be in English. Especially like if you're into fashion or something like that, you're gonna be first hearing them probably in English if you're that interested in that. And also I will say that sometimes if there is gonna be a Finnish translation to some articles, they are absolutely wrong. Or like you don't get the same idea. Which is unfortunate. I don't know, I just think that it's their job to be making the point clear that was in the original one, but anyways. Oh yeah, and also every single time that I speak about Finnish people speaking English, I got to mention the thing that I felt very well in school is that pronunciation is a big thing. Like, it's like the biggest deal of ever if you don't know how to pronounce things. Which is, like, in my mind nowadays, it's like so far from the truth. Because, like, I know that I can't be pronouncing half of the things that I'm saying, but people seem to be understanding it anyways. And also learning English for a Finnish person is also in that kind of hard. Because we basically write and speak the same language. Like, there is very rarely any pronunciation differences. Like in English, there is a lot. So, you know, that is, like, somewhat hard to be learning. And I think at the age of 9, we start to be learning it. In most situations, at least. Yes. Again, depending on what part of the year you're born in, of course. Yeah. And I will say that with the shitty pronunciation, most of the time people can understand things. Because I will say that I know that I'm not doing the greatest of job pronouncing things, but as I said, people seem to be understanding. But yeah. It do be depending though. And I don't know, I just feel like as well that like native English speakers have like kind of gotten more of a ear to people that don't know how to pronounce things as well. I'm just like giving that kind of a thought in my mind. But yeah, it is always the case that most of the time when there is memeing about Finnish people talking English, that it's rally English. Because it's like, as I said, it's one of those situations that you're more speaking English as a Finnish speaker, so you don't know how to pronounce things and stuff. Which I will say that I don't mind it as much, but at the same time I don't know if I know how to be speaking like that anymore. Because I will say that I did speak like that for quite a long time. Especially when I was learning. And you know, things change. And I will also say one thing, since I'm the person that learned English, that I find it very easy to be writing bad, read. I like can read quite well like bad English, because I can kind of get into the same mindset as they are. That's why I almost never say anything that someone is writing bad English, because I understand that. You know, especially if it's not your native language, it's hard. Because it was hard to me. Always a fun thing to joke about, that I was thinking at that I'm not ever gonna be using English ever in my life. In school, and now what do I do? Speak English technically more than Finnish. Well, things change. Things change. Well, also one thing that I will say, also learning English, is that there is always the problem when you're learning something in school in that way that it's never really like what you would actually be doing in in actual situations, like how you would be speaking. Because at least most of the time that we were having like speaking like things in school, they were like we were reading from a paper, everything. It wasn't, you know, natural conversations. So, you know, it's not really like giving you the full effect. I'm more like those like reading things indeed or conversation things that we were giving like a general subject that we were talking about and then like certain keywords and then you were gonna be talking about it, you know? Instead of indeed reading straight from the paper. Was quite nice. Okay, one thing I will say that I always struggle Pokemon game wise is if someone is asking me in another language what is like certain Pokemons. Because some I know, but then there's like quite a good amount of that I just don't know if you're talking about it. Like, surely I understand that you're playing, you know, not in English your games if like you're more comfortable playing the game in another language, but at the same time I'm mostly playing in English, so it's kind of the only language that I know with Pokemon. So it's in like game character wise anyways the situation, because like some games do be changing character names quite drastically depending on what language you're playing in, which is sometimes very frustrating if you ask me. Because I have always hated when there has been like a cartoon or something, and then there is like not too logical Finnish translation in quotes for the name. Like, for example, I sometimes hate that they are translating like people's names in cartoons for Finnish. I know that there is like some names, for example, that we don't use and we have in quotes a Finnish version for them, but I don't know, I just like if they would be having original names myself instead of Finnish ones. They surely can be sounding odd every once in a while though. But especially nowadays you see so many like that would like let's say 20 years ago would be like strange names in here in schools. Like, it's so normal nowadays to be having in quotes strange names. Strange names meaning that they are not like Finnish names. Because it's just kind of normal nowadays that it's like so many different names. But yeah, I don't know, for me all the cartoons indeed that have been translated to Finnish, they are cringe. It could be because, as I mentioned before, we have very lack of like voice actors and whatever things. Oh, hello. So I think the second 1%. Cool. We're very lack of like voice actors and actors in general, so it's like you're seeing the same person everywhere. And you can kind of get tired of the same voice slash name, face, whatever thing. And like, especially nowadays, I say nowadays has been like 10 years even, since it has like kind of started that it's kind of a meme, every like finished up for like Pokemon and cartoons. It's just a meme. Because they are so bad that they are good sometimes. The selection of words. And then if you would be going to watch it in English, it's like completely different meaning. It's like they want to be memeing. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I don't know. I have always kind of been also in that boat that I don't really want like literal translations for things. But I want like something in the same direction, which like I don't know, quite like a long time ago it wasn't really a thing. That they didn't like make any sense at all and like they were completely like missing the point. Sometimes in Finnish dubs. It has improved definitely, but like sometimes it's like huh? Because I will say that there is like so many words still in like Finnish language that I have like never really heard of or I don't know the meaning of. To be fair though, I think it's with every language. But it's like if you ask me, if it's a kids show or like cartoon, something along those lines, I think you should be using like kind of basic language because you know ain't kids gonna be knowing very complicated words. And then again, complete nonsense is sometimes fun. It really do be depending in because I think if like the whole like idea that the whole like series is completely nonsense, it's like more fine than just you know randomly complete nonsense out of nowhere. When the entire like every other time it's like completely logical and everything. But yeah, each their own though. Like what you like and it's fine. thanks for being here, and thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Of course, everyone's lives is different. Everything works the same for everyone, but yeah. It'll be interesting. Learning about new things. Yeah, good luck to you if you do any hunts as well. Have a great rest of the day indeed. Hello, Stone Tuner. Oh, lovely to see you around once again. You've been showing yourself a decent amount of times indeed today. Lovely, lovely. It's just shocked that it wasn't the Mr. Mime there because it was quite close. Well, it was quite a while ago, but we did go over odds in Darumaka Hunch. Indeed. It isn't that far off to be 4 times the odds also in the Mount Lanakila. It's 16,300 something. 384, so not that far. A little bit of over an hour or so. Slowly but surely getting there. Oh, hello, face. Nice. It's another ice cream though. That's the second ice cream. It's the second ice cream indeed. Well then... Really isn't matching Pokeball for you still. Oh yeah, I'm gonna double check. Do you have anything? You shouldn't have anything, but I'm gonna double check. Vanillish. It has Ice Beam, Mirror Code, Acid Armor, and Uproar. Okay. Let's catch you then. I don't really know on what though. I don't remember what I caught the last one in even. To be fair, I already have one, so I could just throw a quick ball. I don't care that much because it's the second one, you know? Nice. It's indeed a Vanillish. I think I want to be keeping the nicknaming thing the same. The first thing that I did that I did nickname Ice Cream, I think I will be nicknaming this Ice Stream, and it's kind of the same situation. You're definitely going to be naughty by nature. Ooh, it has a mark? What do you mean? And it's not even the uncommon mark. It's hard, you can't be seeing it, it's quiet. A snow cloak. What do you mean it has a mark? And it's in the cooler ones, indeed. It's just not the uncommon mark. I have gotten this mark before in Scarlet and Violet. I think this game you need to be having it on your team in order to be switching it, though. It's the Dreamer, or is it the one? The zoned out mark. Did I get this one? Double check on the Scarlet and Violet marks. Marks on Scarlet and Violet. Seems familiar. I don't know why, but I'm thinking that it was the zoned out mark. No Mark Charm, no Shiny Charm, by the way. It might have been the absent-minded mark. Maybe. That's a cool one. It's a cool one. Not too bad, not too bad. I streamed the Daydreamer. So I did nickname you Ice Cream. And then you know, now you Ice Stream. Yo. I'm not say once again. Never be saving enough. Let's throw it in a few battles. Under Capchu. I don't know, I kinda want to be... Should I? I think I will be starting the new phase. I don't know. Should I be stopping the Darumaka hunt or not? That's the thing. So I kind of want to continue it. At the same time, also want to be continuing some other hunts. I guess I will be doing it at least today, though. Continue this hunt. Oh no, not freeze dry. I like the reflections on Vanillish, though. This Mr. Mime. Wow. I guess we can go against Sneasel as well. I'll quickly be getting the... At least I avoided the attack this time. Could you please? Thank you. I'll be catching up indeed the other one. Look at the dude. The daydreamer indeed. I'm not gonna be moving you now, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be also be doing other things where I actually continue. Goods. So I've gotten 2 ice creams then during this one. Oh, come on, and look good. But change it to Vanillish. Place because it's not Sword and Shield Pokemon. Surprise, surprise. It's pretty. Pretty nice indeed. It's the Vanillish. Big. You're a little too big. Slightly. Maybe we can do a little bit smaller. I know I might be adding the other faces there, as I did do with the dude. Should I add them? I don't know. Guess I could. The faces for this one. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then duplicate. There is another one because that's the second one indeed. I'll be moving it there, and then if one of you do that side, then I will be flipping that one. I'll add one more as a reference, and that I should be able to switch into the bear chick. As soon as I see it somewhere in here. There. Oh, I did it wrong way. Okay, nice. Be the Beartic, please say that I did do it right this time. Yeah, I didn't. Gonna be also be flipping you. Moving you behind there because why not? And there we go. Nice. There are the 3 faces indeed. And then I guess I could be adding the encounter number there as well. Not that small. Oh. And then I need to be some changes to this. Get over it from the file. It was the last one, 7,000. And 56. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay, thanks. Let's copy that one then, and then. Remembering what it is. Yeah, there we go. Now I can make it to be. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the encounter number will be there only for today. Well, yeah, as I said, we'll be continuing the other one, or both of them, in a little while. I'll just go into the next 100 on both of them. So it's just going to be one. Yeah, I kind of wanted to check out. I will be checking out what was the other Pokeball that I did catch the other one in, because I will say that I don't remember. And I'm quite curious on that. Go to the boxes. What are you captured in? In a quick ball as well, nice. To be fair though, there really isn't a fitting Pokeball. In my opinion, for this one. Unfortunately. I mean, if it wouldn't be getting in the quick ball, I probably would have been going either crate or dive. Maybe premiere. It's unfortunate there really isn't anything too fitting. Let's get the other one out of the way as well, shall we? Ooh, lovely though. It's the second Mark 1 on this file, I'm pretty sure. Because I know that the Gossifleur is I don't think that there is any other ones on this file that are marked. I'm quite sure on that. A mark for daydreaming Pokemon. I could check out what is the other mark on the other one, but the problem is that I don't have the game inserted. I could check it out though. It would be inserted there indeed. I will Arceus there still. Always be keeping the game that I have been playing the last. Oh yeah, we're gonna be having ad break soon-ish indeed. Soonish indeed, and of course I'll be going ahead and pausing the hunting for that. Gonna quickly do that as well, because I need to be doing it anyways. A lovely little fella indeed. I guess if I want to, I can evolve one into Vanillux. If I really want to. And yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck indeed to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you can get some of my luck then as well. Hopefully indeed. Would be very nice indeed. Let's get some more ice cream, shall we, at some point? Most definitely. But I guess it was kind of worth it then, the wait. Even though this time it wasn't that far over odds even. It still is, but you know, not that much. I don't mind it at all that it's that low on the over odds side. At all. Lovely little body indeed. Vanillicious, not Vanillish, Vanillite is definitely a one that I really want to be hunting. At some point. It could be one of those shinies that I might be hunting on multiple different games even. Because I really like the shiny and in my eyes, in almost every single game it looks nice. Let's leave it there then. Oh boy. You know what I could do, in quotes, real quickly, is to be checking out how many encounters overall I have done for the Darumaka. It's not really quickly, but it's not gonna be taking also that much time. Vanillish. Jeez, have my reactions calmed down? I mean, it is always the case though that some surprise you more than others. Six, 7, 9. It's the bear chick. And then this one was 4,246. I have done almost the same amount of encounters for I've almost done the same amount of encounters for the Darumaka combine that I have done for the Absol. Or I guess I should be saying the other way around because I've done more for the Darumaka. What are you? Yes, I have done combined with the 3 phases that I have done. For the Darumaka I have done is 17,575. I mean, it makes sense, but jeez. 2 6k, almost 7k on one of them, and one, you know, 4k hunt. Jeez. Let's get a quick hunt, shall we then, or quick face. Not a quick hunt, but a quick face. Lovely, lovely. Mario, my face though. You love to see that. I love to see that indeed. Thankfully. Face though. Yeah, I don't know. I will start in the 4th phase definitely today for the Galarian Darumaka. I'm not completely sure will I be continuing that, or will I be switching back to the far-fetched hunch? That I'm not completely sure about. But hey, we shall see. If nothing else, if I started today, it's at least gonna be a little bit started on the next phase, you know? We take those, we take those. It is kind of always the case that I like to be starting at least a little bit of a phase, even though I wouldn't be continuing it. And the other thing is that I don't always like to be switching the target midway through. It's also a thing that I don't do that often. If I of course don't get it, you know. If I don't get it, but... yeah. I guess it also depends, do I get something still there in the 30-ish encounters on the... on the other thing, indeed. Because if I do, then, you know, maybe. I could switch then. But it's quite unlikely, am I right? I will be getting something there as well. I don't know what Pokeball I could be capturing Vanillation. As I said, Dive Ball is kind of okay because of the, like, the way that the line works. That's my reasoning for Dive Ball. It doesn't really match color-wise. Premier Ball always works, though. Great or Hyper Ball, Super Ball, I don't know. Those are not the English names. The Ultra Ball. Hyper Ball. Indeed. But yeah, I don't really care. Run a Quick Ball, why not? It works. I think I did throw the Quick Ball against the Bear Chick as well, but I'm pretty sure it didn't get captured in one. I might have been using Great Ball on that, I don't remember. Try to match them, but you know, it's not always that easy. I would honestly like to be facing on a Snom. The little fella, you know. Why wouldn't you want to be getting the little fella? Even though, as I said plenty of times, that it's one of the ones that is definitely not hard to be getting at all. It's most definitely not hard to be getting at all. Because both Frostmoth and Snowmore kind of everywhere in the Crown Tundra indeed. Specifically Snom, and there is a good amount of Frostmoths in the area that they are available in. Quite a good amount indeed. It's been again a while then. Guess that did go indeed. Almost a sleepy mode indeed. And what was the Pokeball for? You. I mean, you I know. What a Barachick. Most of these are in Premier Balls. What's Hyper Ball? Hyper Ball, Super... Hyper and Super Ball, they are not English names still. It's the... Ultra Ball. I was thinking that... Let's move you there, but let's have you still in the party. I definitely don't want to be, you know, leading with it because, you know, the dude doesn't really want to be escaping from things. Unlike the ghost does. I also, actually not anything, but I'm gonna check out the ribbon situation. So I'm pretty sure I don't have too many of them at all. And you have the uncommon mark. Oh yeah, I did get those both like back to back before I get on anything else. And for quite a good amount of these, it's not even an option because I don't think that there can be any marks in Dynamax Adventures. First you have the Colorless Champion ribbon. Only the second one though. And it is the case, of course, that the personality marks are rarer than, you know, uncommon. Uncommon mark and the weather marks. At least it is in Scarlet and Violet, and I would like to say that it works the same way. I'd like to say that indeed. Still the goals one day is to be getting a star shiny from the wild one day. One day. Because I'm pretty sure the only star shinies that I have are from the Dynamax Adventures and from eggs. You know, the places that it's more common to be finding them in. The place indeed. Few more encounters, then indeed will be continuing the double hunting once again. For how long is a different question. I would like to say a decent while. Would like to say indeed. And of course, as usual, when you'll be getting shinies, it's always messing around a little bit with how many encounters I will be able to get done, you know. It is indeed. It's in the battle menu. Jeez. The lag. And also the noise that you can't thankfully hear. Oh. I don't really like to be boosting with churros, even though, you know, you'll be getting more encounters, but it's like you're in less control or something like that when you're speeding through. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, quite in the correct spot. It's 400 encounters. Let's get indeed going with the double hunting. I know I have saved, but I'm gonna be saving again. Just to be sure. Immediately another shiny bear check to be evening the scores, right? The thing is that I might be drawing those faces if I feel like it. But I kind of like the idea right now that there is the vanillish. Both of them do be dancing around the bear chick. Maybe. We shall see. Snowbird. Small Mr. Mime. Always love it. Well, that is indeed a start for the month. That is indeed. Maybe for the next Vanillish that I'll be getting, I'm gonna try to be matching it more, but as I said, there really unfortunately isn't any Pokeball that I can really think of. I guess I can be looking at the list of Pokeballs in this game. I just feeling like that there really isn't one. There is definitely for Vanillite, like you can be throwing like Heal Ball. I mean, I will say that Pokeball hasn't really changed that much, but you never know, you never know. I don't care where to get them, but I'll be checking out the list indeed. As most of them are not that bad to be finding. I would be evolving one into Vanillux, not Vanillite. Can be really de-evolving things, unfortunately. There may be more like a netball could be working, or Dieball would be working even better. Definitely, bro. I definitely should be trying to be getting more of the special Pokeballs as well. Not the ones that you can only be finding from the ball guy in the game. I like that this list has been made on time, that you couldn't be getting Beast Balls but in one location. Fastball wouldn't be too bad to be like trying to be getting. It's just the unfortunate thing is that if I can't be getting more of the unique Pokeballs like Friend Ball and whatever my things, then I know, do I want to be using them then, you know, if there's only one? I guess that's a problem indeed, because I guess I could be also checking Cramomatic rewards, just in case that if that list doesn't include like some of the things that you can be finding on the Cramomatic. Because that's always a possibility that it just doesn't have like everything there. Because it didn't have the... It did only have the beast ball, for example. That was only available like once from the merchant. In the ghost/fighting type gym down city thing. And you know, you can be buying them in the... What is it? The... Maxillary. Oh, yes. Just reward list for Chromomatic indeed. So I know there is quite a good amount of cool ones indeed there. Can I get an encountering mount on Aquila though? Thank you. That's quite a good amount of interesting things that you can get from each. If you said like specific items there. Why that side isn't working though for everything. It's kind of annoying because there's like a list that is like going sideways, but I can scroll it sideways. So I need googling it. Gotta find another site then. Let's try the same side, but there. And finally find or see the entire thing. Indeed I can. Nice. Depending on what you use, you can be getting into the special ones. Okay, the apricot pulse. And 1% trade. There is a heavy ball, lure ball, friend ball. Love ball, level ball, fast ball, and the moon ball. And there's the ridiculous rare ones, the safari ball and the sport ball. Ridiculously rare ones, 0.1% chance. Maybe I'll try to do that then. Yeah, I don't know. The only problem is that, you know, there's Dynamax Adventures where maybe certain legendaries I could be wanted to be catching in special Pokeballs that you can technically only be getting more from Cramomatic, aka the Apricot Pokeballs, indeed. Then again, it's just a pain to be getting a bunch of them. So no, I really need to be thinking twice. I guess it really depends on do I roll the 1% luck how many times, of course. That's always a question that you don't really know the answer to. How many times are you gonna be rolling it? Yep, I'm not sure how long to be going. Indeed, when I hit 4 times the odds in the Pony Hunch of Mount Lonakila. Not too much longer indeed. And also technically, since I did calculate how many checks I have done for the Darumaka, I technically should be having 4 faces already there. Like odd-wise. I don't know. Oh, it's just a number. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's, I guess, always a nice point of view, though. They'll be seeing how lucky or unlucky you'll be getting. It do be indeed. Let's get the Joy-Con out of the Joy-Con holder. So I can do it only one Joy-Con. I don't know. I would say sometimes I would be wishing that you could be doing one Joy-Con hunts in like Scarlet and Violet. Not necessarily Legends Arceus, because it's kind of hard to be, you know, using the right Pokemon efficiently, you know, if you're wanting to be going fast. But I think Scarlet and Violet could be working with it. I know that there is the camera that you can control, and it kind of is necessary. But it isn't like it's the case that there isn't a centering button for the camera, you know. I guess you could try to live with that, but it do be kind of a pain in its own way. It do be indeed. Oh, no. We'll be at least able to get today to 16,000. 1,600, that would be quite nice. Would be 500 on the new face for the Galarian Darumaka indeed. It would be a little bit less than what I usually do, but then again I did do yesterday a little bit more than I usually do. Well, we shall see. Whatever is the amount that I want to do, then, you know, I'll be doing indeed. No ways. Stop at any point. We'll be preferring to be going over a little bit more always. The problem is with shiny hunting. Always want to be going for more. It do be what it do be though. Oh. Just think that it will be close enough. Nope. I think I will be marking it down indeed somewhere, the hunt, how many phases I've gone and such. Haven't done it yet, but it would be smart. Don't always need to be going back to the things that are called the clips every single time. Also, hello, Cat. What are you up to today? It's about like 45 minutes until you usually will be getting most of your food. So, what are you doing? Jumping to the table for sure soon, right? I mean, you don't really have space to be jumping. So. And unfortunately, you did manage to hurt yourself yesterday. She has been quite clumsy lately. And again, she do be, in quotes, old. She do be. She do be quite old indeed. Thankfully nothing serious happened. I still really like to be continuing the Articuno hunt as well at some point. Only hunt that I want to be doing. But I do be waiting there. Do be waiting there though. I don't know. I guess I could be just thinking that like how I would be doing it so like I wouldn't be getting absolutely annoyed by it. Because I don't mind doing single hunting at the end of the day. That's not too big of a deal for me. So I guess I could be doing that and then like I could be doing some sort of hunt on probably sword and then depending on how much I want to be doing the Articuno and do that amount. Because I will say one thing that I don't really remember how much time-wise it takes to be checking 100 checks there. And also I don't really remember how to be doing it as well. I mean, it's still not as bad as, you know, just catching in the master ball and that's it, but you know, reading the stats and everything. That do be a different story indeed. Soon indeed, already 100 checks done for the next phase. But before that we can hit that is of course that we're gonna be hitting 4 times units. It'll be worth it for sure. It's gonna be having incredible mark because marks definitely exist in, you know, in the games before Switch. It's always though like kind of a thing that I would have like nowadays, so I'm wishing that it would be in case in some older games as well, the marks. I of course understand that they want to do, you know, add a new thing to be looking forward in Pokemons. But it would have been so cool if it would have been, you know, sooner always. At least some things. To be liking them. I'm not really the person that I would really be specifically going for the things. Okay, the marks. But you know, it is at the end of the day quite likely that you would be getting quite a good amount of the marks. Especially if you're hunting in either a Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet. Quite a good chance that you'll be getting a good amount of them indeed. And not the most common thing, but at the same time they aren't really that rare either. They really aren't indeed. I remember when they were first introduced, the marks, that people were very excited about them. Understandable, you know. Very understandable indeed. It was honestly one of those things that it was not really a secret that they did add them. But at least I did get a feeling that it wasn't really that well. I guess marketed or something like that, you know, it wasn't like that well, like, said that they are gonna be a thing. But then again, it could be just me and not paying that much attention. It's like, I remember, like, at the very first there was quite a good amount of people that were talking about it, but at the same time it was quite a little amount. Or quite a few people that were talking about it, because considering like how interesting of a thing it is, it's quite cool. But I never really understood the thing though, that why were people like saying that it's more interesting than shiny hunting and rarer. Because in no situation is it easier, like in random encounters, if you're not using the KOing method. In no way is shinies gonna be less rare than the marks. Because the rarest mark is 1 in 1,000. And if you're doing just random encounters, no KOing thing, it's 1 in 1,365, I think, something along those lines. So, you know, it would be rare. It would be then depending on do you use indeed the KOing method. Because that's like the only ways that you could be getting indeed mark Chinese. Doobie, what did you be indeed? Cool thing to be finding nonetheless. The marks. And I will say though that having the mark charm, it does boost the chance quite drastically. But definitely not as much as it does to be getting the thing called sandwich boost. Because cheese, do you get ridiculous odds with those? You know, fair enough, I understand it, but it's just like ridiculous odds that you can be getting with those. Or titles, I guess, I don't know. It's one of those things that I don't understand why you need to be switching the name so many times. I kind of understand why they did, like, want to differentiate, you know, ribbons and marks. But, like, if you look at it in the way that they both do be giving you, like, a special thing at the end of your name, of your Pokemon's name, they work in that way the same. I don't really know why it was like Switch should be having a title instead. Like the boost for this from the sandwich is like title power. They are technically titles, but I think, I don't know, I would have probably, I like myself the word mark more than title, because the mark gives the title in my eyes. not the title giving the mark. You can think it that way, but I think that the mark gives the title. I mean, doopy, what a doopy. It doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. Doesn't really. It's a cool thing. Cool thing. Gonna be looking forward to what is going to be the next thing then. Or is there going to be one? Or are titles or marks gonna be going away completely? It was kind of sad that they, you know, were the thing in PDSP, but then again, kind of understandable. But it would have been cool if they would have been there. Could be getting, you know, marks, titles, thingamathings in that game as well. Yep. We shall see. Maybe they'll be giving it yet another new name on the next generation. But yeah, I don't mind that they are not in Legends Arceus because it's just this, you know, completely different vibe of game. But PDSP, they haven't gonna be in there. In my eyes. But yeah, we're gonna be having yet another ad break soon. We try to time to be getting something to drink, something to eat, or you could pray in other ways. Good to be taking breaks every once in a while. But yeah, we shall see. Do I think one more check before and then I'll leave it there. It seems like a plan indeed. It's the Mr. Mime, nice. There we go. Also, I don't know what I was talking about, that I will be getting 500 checks on the new hunt if I will be hitting. I think about it, I'm not gonna be hitting 500 checks. 3 checks. It's still a pretty decent amount. I would prefer you not to be coming right now. Issues. Unfortunately. No. I mean, stomach issues indeed, I prefer not to be on the table. Nothing too serious though. Also, please don't press the power button. Usually I can give you more attention while I do be done. I know what you're trying to be doing. You have done this plenty of times. I know what you're up to. And the answer is still no. Answer is still no. Cat, please. Would be fine otherwise, but I know you indeed have stomach problems, so... I'd rather not be cleaning my table. Thank you. But yeah, I already will be mentioning it, even though I have been saying it also yesterday that tomorrow a little while for Dynamax Adventures. For a little while indeed. For like 3 hours or so. Depending on when starting. Or indeed around that time. And then as I said on Sunday, most likely we'll be continuing it a little bit more. Depending on though, like if I'm like super duper sleepy tomorrow, then I might be not be on tomorrow though, but I'll try. Otherwise, you know, feeling under the weather. Health comes first, as always. So just turn over. Thanks. Maybe we can see another Sneasel with this. Where's the possibility to be seeing another Sneasel? It's definitely a cool one. That's another Snowhorn. And so yet another Snowhorn there on the overworld. Anything else would be even cooler. I know it's one of the ones that I haven't captured on this route, so it makes sense that it's gonna be there quite often. One of the visible ones that I usually see the most often. The only one that I haven't captured is the only one that I have captured is Mr. Mime. Even though technically it's the Kanjo one. But this game doesn't keep them as like separate in that way. They're like, you know, same thing. Unlike it is sometimes in Scarlet and Violet, different forms are here to be the different Pokédex things, which is kind of frustrating but understandable. Like for example, well, Geodude is one of those situations that it's understandable that it's, you know, different because depending on are you in Itakami or are you in the Blueberry Academy place. Depends on what version you will be seeing, but at the same time, it's the same Pokemon at the end of the day. Just different form. Just a different form, indeed. Can you run? Thank you. There we go. Let's get an encounter also. Mount Lanakila, please, Tauros, thank you. I still will say that in my eyes. It would be nice if there would be like... Oh. Somehow be able to increase your encounter rate without using like specific items or run. Why can't you just be getting like more encounters charm? You getting more encounters than ever before. I know that repels also, I will be talking also about repels because they do the complete opposite, of course, that even though repels aren't that big of a thing, you know, anymore. But I will say that why wasn't there like even better version of a repel? Don't get me wrong, max repel and also super repel will be helping out a very good amount, but at the same time would be even nicer if there would be an even longer one. Even longer repel, indeed. Let's make a mega repel. And of course nowadays like repels they don't do anything because they kind of are not even a thing. I mean, if everything is, you know, not a Pokemon that you need to be encountering, then, you know, why would you need it? Because if you can just dodge everything, or more or less dodge everything, you don't get into an infinite loop of battles. It's not necessarily at all, but why not though? Imagine if you could be working like in Scarlet and Violet and you would be having like indeed like a repel or something along those lines. And then you just wouldn't be having any encounters. And wouldn't see being any Pokemon. Yeah, sometimes I would be kind of curious, like how would a game like Scarlet and Violet be running if there wouldn't be Pokemons? Like how smooth of experience would it be? And again, what is Pokemon game without Pokemons, but quite cool to be seeing how laggy it would be. Or how less laggy it would be. Because always it's the case that when a game is laggy, you would like to be able to either remove or make it less of a priority, the what you consider to be laggy things. I understand that Pokemon games don't do that, and it would be kind of odd if they would now. It wouldn't be too bad, I wouldn't mind it, I will say that much. Because I will say that I rather be seeing a in quotes bad looking game than be having a lot of frame issues. We personally be preferring that indeed. Still kind of like to do at some point, indeed, another phase for the Dharmaka in the Crown Tundra. It would be best, of course, to be doing when I don't have another hunt that I'm doing, because it is a little bit more you need to be concentrating on, kind of a hunch. It isn't that bad, but it's, you know, still a hunt that you need to be paying a little bit more attention to than some other hunts. Because, you know, Dharmaka to be a overworld spawn there instead of a random encounter one. Also trying to be avoiding like some things, like in that hunt I will be avoiding like both Bearchick and Vanillish. Would it be meaning that less encounters? Yes, likely. But then again, I really don't need another one, you know? The only problem is that I do be I do be needing to be switching the day to the day that there is the correct weather. Not the worst thing, but still a thing that needs to be done each time, to be checking if there is the correct weather or not. I know you are one of the most common things in here, but could you still show a little bit less? I will say though that I would be wishing that the boost for, like, if you have the Pokédex recommendation thing going about, that the boost would be even better. This is not really working right now. Not really working right now, indeed. You know what hunts have recently been on my mind that I would like to do on the Alola games? I don't really prepare for any of those hunts though, but it would be kind of cool still. It's the ambush encounters. I mean, it definitely would be, you know, a soft reset one, I guess, but finding it fairly interesting at the end of the day. So it's quite interesting Pokemons that you can find in some places. I guess it's kind of interesting that one of the I see one of the most popular hunts that people did do, especially in the beginning of the Alola games, was to be hunting the very fast way Wimbod. Yes, there were spots that you could be doing like soft reset hunts for it. And that's kind of cool indeed. Be finding it very cool indeed. It's just one of those ones that, you know, I have just seen so much of that I'm kind of bored of it. It isn't done as much, of course, nowadays, because, you know, people who got it already. And unfortunately, Alola games... Not everyone, unfortunately, really like them. I think the main reason why some people didn't really like it is because there is the Ultra games that did come not that long after the regular ones did. I heard that that's like the biggest issue with some people, which, you know, understandable. Very understandable. What do you? Doobie, what a doobie. I will say though, one thing that I kind of never wish a shiny hunting method doesn't return ever is chain fishing. Or if it is, I really hope that they improve the window of time that you have to react. Because, oh jeez. Do you need to be fast? Because, like, yeah, it is ridiculously good odds, but you know, it's not the nicest one, you know, always. Check out one thing. So I will doing with certain move. I think I know how it works, but I will be checking one of the recoil moves. I'm thinking that. This, you know, working in the way that I'm thinking, it's not that bad to be avoiding it. So I think I can like avoid the recoil damage from that move if I turn Pokemon in front. Right. Let's see how it works then. Hello. Cecil. Long time no see, buddy. Hello. Double Cecil. Interestingly enough, takedown, if you knock down a Pokemon with takedown in a stadium, you don't take recoil damage. Quirky little things indeed. Thank you. It's interesting that takedown is one of those moves that it hasn't changed how it works since Generation 2. It'll be very interesting. Because usually, like, at least, like, small changes are made for quite a good amount of the moves over the years. Especially if it's, like, Gen 1. Gen 1 things. Takedown is one of those moves that quite a good amount of Pokemon do be learning. They do be indeed. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I wouldn't a bunch of Pokemon be able to learn each. It do be kind of unfortunate though that there isn't really too many moves that every Pokemon can learn, especially nowadays, because certain moves that were moves that everyone could be learning, more or less, have either been removed or they have changed it so not that many Pokemon can learn it. One or the two situations, indeed. But technically there is no move that every Pokemon can learn. I don't know, most can learn, or did... Most Pokemon were able to learn, like, few moves. And, like, it's, like, so much more or less Pokemons that don't learn it than do learn it. You know, easy to be listing the Pokemons that don't learn the move than the list of Pokemons that learn the move. Right examples are, like, Hidden Power and Toxic. But indeed, they have changed a little bit. Do be loving Hidden Power, such a cool move. Is it very situational? Absolutely. Do you half of the time don't even know what type it is? Yes. It's a cool move. Thankfully, there is in some games the situation that is in-game in PC that can you tell you what type hidden power is if you want to be knowing it. Of course, if not, then you know best way to be going is trial and error. If it does or doesn't do damage to certain Pokemons, you know that it what type it is most likely. Because I will say one thing is quite easy to be figuring out is that if it doesn't affect certain Pokemons, I guess one of the easiest ways to be knowing that what type it is. For example, you know, Ghost move not hitting normal types, Ground move not hitting flying types. This goes on. Not too much, but you know, it's easy to be knowing from that. Which is cool. I will you want to be using hidden power. The most powerful move of all time. That unknown no. Funny move of unknown indeed. I'll be loving the sunset chime still. I don't know what is still about it, it's just a pretty moment. I mean, I will say that, in my opinion, Sword and Shield, they do be having one of the nicest looking, like, day changing, like, backgrounds. Like how they look. Even though in most situations you don't see, you know, the sky a lot, but it's still pretty nice. And at least they don't be switching how the Pokemon looks that much. I don't know, PTSB and Arceus are definitely a lot worse. Scarlet and Violet is also kind of, but it also is having other problems also with lighting anyways. How it do be working, if it do be working at all. It do be working at all indeed. Thank you. Oh, send true, send true, send true. Send true. How about you having the different color palette someday? Oh, Stone Gender, hello. Nice. Good seeing you again. Appreciate it indeed. Very much so, very much so. Lovely fella. It's for certain. It's a little lovely if it would be showing the face more often. Most absolutely be. I do be wondering though, because you know, quite a good amount of the mythicals up until generation 5 can be huntable. Easy is of course a little question, is it really that easy, but you know, you can, at least most of them, if I'm not forgetting anything. I really hope at some point they will be making like Gen 5 onwards also be huntable. Like, not just, you know, event ones or anything along those lines. Would be lovely. Legends game. Legends, yeah. I kind of doubt that there would be any huntable mythicals because, you know, it kind of was the case that both the legendaries and mythicals and whatever things that are once in a story or story related Pokemons, they are shiny locked in that game. Just a little sad, but then again, it is kind of what they have been doing anyway, so not that big of a surprise to me. Not that big of a surprise to me at all. So we shall see. I really hope that they would be indeed huntable at some point. Very cool. And yeah, sometimes you do be feeling like though that that certain Pokemon don't really like are not meant to be having shinies. But yeah, one day for sure, one day. As I mentioned like a while ago, that I don't really get it, like why do we giving shiny forms for Pokemons that they are not gonna be giving us shinies? As I said, giving it a little bit of a surprise once they do be getting the shinies. Because it just kind of feels bad that you can't be getting this cool shiny. Because you know it's locked. It would be kind of interesting if there would be like one Pokemon that they would at some point create that, or legendary or whatever my thing, that it would like always be, or almost always be shiny. Or like otherwise like the usual one that you see is like otherwise the rare version. And then only every once in a while do you see like the original one. Like let's say that there is like two forms or two different versions of like one Pokemon, but then most of the time you'll only be able to get most of the time you'll only be able to get the Ingrowth's the rarer one, and then like the original one is the one that you never see. Kind of like what Arceus did do in Legends Arceus, that you're not gonna be getting that Arceus, you're getting like a version of it. Also another thing that would be kind of cool as well, that if there would be a legendary Pokemon at some point as well, that depending on what your trainer ID, secret ID is, for example, and be changing how the Pokemon looks. Not like it does do anything to the stats or anything, it's just like just a different looking one. Or it could be like the Oxy situation, that it is first in one form and then you can be switching freely between the ones. It could be even that. 'Cause it's not like it's rare that a Pokemon can be changing forms nowadays. It was at time rare. Not anymore. But yeah. I think I will be stopping at the next 100 because the cat is having today a lot of stomach problems. So gotta be trying to do things for that. Need to be seeing, do we need to be going ahead and find certain medicine for her, for example? Stuff along those lines. She has been acting a little odd lately, but then again, she do be doing that every once in a while anyways. So it's nothing that new. Well, maybe she has been a little bit more close lately. And that usually with her means that she's not feeling the greatest. Even though usually pets do be trying to like hide if they are not feeling good. I guess it's time again to be cleaning her eating area. That at least should be helping. But yeah, we shall see. Most likely there's nothing too serious going on with her. Of course we hope so. Sometimes it is the case that she's eating too fast and that's the problem, but she hasn't been eating today all the time. She still doesn't really understand that she doesn't need to be eating fast, no one else is gonna be eating her food. Okay. No one will be eating her food in here. She can eat all she wants. We'll be having yet another ad break soon-ish. As usual, it is a great time to be taking a break. Having a 3-minute break indeed. Should be able to get like 3 more encounters. If I leave it there, it's a quite nice amount as well. The 30 more egg there for this 100. Greatness. Very nice indeed. One more quickly there. Should definitely be doable. There we go. Nice. And break indeed. be continuing soon. Be continuing soon indeed. Being ready to run away there. Indeed. Let's run away then. Some more encounters in You know what I think would be kind of a cool move? Since there is the moves that do either more damage that if you're slower or faster, you know. What if there just would be like a speed-based move? It just would be doing more damage the greater the difference is, no matter which way it is. So I would kind of like that. Like, surely it's again like a situational move, but at least, you know, it would be a move that, like, I guess could be kind of everyone can learn the move, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. I think it of course would be the best to be learned by Pokemons that are either like very slow or very fast. Because, you know, then it's more likely that you will be having a greater difference between the two speeds. Because there's like some moves that are like, I don't know exactly, there's like some moves that do be doing more damage. Like if defense is higher or some other stats are different. It's even a move that will be doing more damage if you have missed a move the previous turn. Very situational, and I'm not the biggest fan of situational moves. But it could be nice. It would, you know, still do damage no matter like if the speed difference would be very small, you know. But of course, be having better power if it would be doing, you know, more damage if the difference is greater. What it could be then? Because there's Gyro Ball and Electro Ball are, I think, the two moves are based on speed. I think. If my memory serves me correctly. Those are like the two moves indeed. So able to have the word ball in it, but don't really know. Indeed. Also, another like kind of cool move would be to be seeing if there isn't already one, and if there is, there always can be more. that that we would be having a move that would be doing more damage if the dude is setuping. Or like, it doesn't attack. In some other way. Because I don't know if there is a move like that. There could be like an obscure move that I don't remember. Slash ever heard of. But I think there could be more if there is one already. Because, I don't know, it just seems like there is a lot of... there is like a lot of like, based on like what the stats are for the Pokemons or the in between the two Pokemon. But at the same time, could there be more? I mean, I know that quite a good amount of people want to be going in most situations for like attacks that they know that will be doing set amount of damage each time. You know, it's easy that way. But what if there would be more of the kind of random ones? Just thought of one that I haven't seen in such a long time. Is it even in games nowadays? Or is it one of those ones that was caught? I don't remember when was the last time that I have seen that move. Check it out. It's one of the moves that has been removed. Sad. Its magnitude. Yeah, that's why I haven't seen it in such a while. I guess it's no longer a thing. It's quite annoying indeed. Because it was like, you know, somewhat random move. It was kind of cool. At least I guess they didn't get rid of one of those, like, this move as random damage things. Because it would be quite bad for the Pokemon that has it. And it's present. You know, delivered. If we would have been getting rid of it, what would a Delibird have then? Because I will say that even though like Magnitude is indeed one of those moves that does random damage, it's not like guaranteed what damage it does. It's kind of always been a move that if I don't have a better move, I'll use it. Because it's a pretty decent move at the end of the day. Like, for sure it's no earthquake, but still quite a nice one. It's kind of sad indeed that there's so many moves that can't be using anymore. And there is, of course, the very cool moves that the partner Pikachu and partner Eevee do be getting. They're absolutely insane. I kinda would be liking to see them back though. They're cool moves, I love them. Well, no. Like, I understand that they are like exclusive to those juice, but it would be kind of cool to be seeing them more. Because I don't remember, like, I was looking at some moves the other day and then I was like, what is this move and why I don't remember it? And I like looked at it and it's like, oh yeah, it's the partner Eevee's move. It's pretty cool, indeed. I'm surprised that that wasn't an encounter with the Snowburn, but anyways, thank you. I will say that as cool as like signature moves are, especially if the Pokemon isn't available, like games going forward, I think it should be getting rid of the signature move status. Because there's so many like cool, interesting moves that, you know, at time were signature moves, but then, you know, more Pokemon did get it. But as I said, if, like, I'm fine if the Pokemon is available, like, even as a transfer thing, and, you know, it's the signature move still, but when it's the other way around, that will be... That will be... Not be having the dude there at all. It's kind of sad. Because it sometimes feels like so many moves are kind of lost to time. But as I said, I completely understand the partner Eevee and partner Pikachu only moves. They're like extra special, extra special moves. But yeah. I think it would be a little too much if every Pokemon would be having a signature move, because there's quite a good amount of Pokemon, so yeah. Maybe not every single Pokemon will be having a signature move. But I think it's quite nice that there's like either abilities or like some other element that will be making the Pokemon have its unique thing. Whatever it shall be. Shall it indeed be the ability that is unique, or I guess there is some situations how the Pokemon itself works in the battle as well. It's kind of cool. Yeah. I will say one thing that would be kind of cool. Like, I think like a few Pokemons definitely should be getting their signature move. Even if it would be only for, you know, that generation or few generations. Is the starters and the box start legendaries at least. Maybe some other ones there, but I think at least those should be getting like their signature move. Or at least an ability. And to be fair, they do be doing it quite often, at least with the starters. They do be. It is kind of sad though that Shashi and Zamazenta, they have or whatever my thing, dude. That they have kind of lost their signature moves, like special power. That tends to happen quite often, because, you know, they do double damage with their move. That is kind of unique to them. They do double damage to Dynamax Pokemons. And you know, since they are not really a thing then, I doubt that they are gonna be doing it anymore. But then again, they were, you know, meant to be helping in that region. No, you know, I'm not that upset. It did help out very well in there, indeed. Let's quickly check out one thing. I don't remember what it is. Let's see it too often. Is that dude's ability? Oh yeah, that's the thing. Because I always will be forgetting what is Koraidon's ability. Now I remember what it does and what it is. Because I always remember Miraidons because Miraidon is first of all quite often seen in like when you're doing random raids or dance whatever things. I'll be doing those that it's like quite often there because it's, you know, cool Pokemon. Yeah, I didn't remember Koraidons. Thinking of her sunlight and then, you know, getting a nice boost. Getting a nice boost out of that for the attack. Engine is once indeed. Perfect terrain and boost special attack. Yeah, it's same thing, so makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Both of their abilities honestly and what they do, like the other one set up sun, the other one select electric terrain, they both make sense. Well, you know, why wouldn't the you know, the very futuristic electric looking dragon be getting that indeed. Yeah. Nice progress indeed today. 700 checks. Yesterday 900, so I guess it evens it out and, you know, progress is progress still. A little bit shorter today for sure, but as I said, we'll be checking out kind of what's going on with the patch. As I said, most likely nothing serious, but better to be checking it anyways. We're getting even a few night shining encounters, that's cool. I think I'll be sending like in the last 5, or at least in the last one, I'll be sending out the little daydreamer. Why wouldn't I? I usually don't do it, but I guess it's a little bit more special because it has a mark. Little daydreamer. I'm definitely gonna be checking though. What is the mark that I have with the lava disc? Is it the same one or is it something else? It just seemed so familiar to me. I did find a vanillish. Did find a little fella. Second one of the hunch. Radar marker. Has also a cool mark, it's a daydreamer. Indeed. Indeed. Nice. Planning on evolving it or no? So you're not gonna be getting all 3, or do you already have 1 extra? Because Cider evolves into 2 different Pokemon. Okay. Yeah, it has Cleavor. And Scizor. Another one from... Yeah, you can evolve it. I mean, you might need to be switching it to Legendary Arceus, but Cleaver does spawn naturally in Scarlet and Violet. In Blueberry Academy. I don't know if you can evolve it in Scarlet and Violet into Cleavor. Yeah, if nothing else, indeed, you can be switching it to Legends to be evolving it. You can move any Pokemons in... apart from the Let's go games freely in Switch. But yeah, let's do the final encounter of the day. It's an ice cream versus ice cream, I see. The Daydreamer, indeed. I'm only at 1 HP, where we'll be fine. Yeah, that's decent. As I said, I'm not completely sure will I be continuing the Darumaka hunt or not. I might be taking a break. We shall see. We shall see. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Tomorrow we'll be doing for a little while some Dynamax adventures, so if you want to join in indeed. We'll be doing Xerneas there. There. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow most likely. Until then, bye.